Good morning. The peanut card? Yeah. Afternoon. Hope you feel better. No, no, not at all. But thank you. I do appreciate the sentiment. Congrats to all of you non-voters. You got the candidate you're fine with. Hmm. Nope, nope. Trump lost in New York. All right. That's all right, Jen. Uh, this is your overnight straddle print. Uh, I saw the call that. I got out of the calls at 153.93 after picking them up yesterday at 85. The puts are worthless. No, not completely worthless, but pretty close. They're down to what, 23 bucks right now from 77 last night. We're all gonna pretend we didn't buy puts it up in and not ask about positioning. I already posted all the positioning stuff. New quarter, new name. Do you expect dumpies for FOMC? I mean, rates are going to go up if JPOW doesn't cut. No, wait, rates are going to go up even if JPOW does cut. That's awkward. I wish you'd have spelled it with a U, Buff Dan. What's up, Kyle? Still the best corner of the net. Hope all is well in the pickle realm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Things are great. I lost money on my Kamala contracts. Kamala. Can't win anything. Yeah. Would you be able to show on stream? I mean, yeah, but why would I do that? Give it to me for free, Gherk. All right. There you go. No salt hap for Mr. Pickle. What? The bond market is saying that the Fed has lost all credibility because they have. There's a lot of resistance to the upside. Yeah, Trump can get rid of him. Well, Congress can. And then we can pull back all of the Basel restrictions and the banks can gamble away the rest of our money. We're actually able to fail here? There's no support. Hey, Glorp, that's a really cool chart. I know. I wonder who made it. Who would have made such a cool chart? Not a whole lot of support up here. No. Oh, I mean, if we get back above 5,900, there is. But below it, no. Motherfucker banks up 800 bips on yields imploding. What? Oh, because they're going to make so much money off of lending money. Your brain, my hands. Thanks for the handies, Nick. Right side gamma, left side volume. Options volume. Oh, I'm gonna die. This is terrible. I was so sick last night, I didn't even trade NQ till 4 in the morning. I stopped trading it at like 2:30. I'm ashamed. Oh god, so you're on death's door? That's a possibility. Trash. I actually need the full respirator. Thinking about it. Yeah. What was the pump like to live through? Rapid. Don't do that, dude. Only losers do that. I know. Don't worry, I won't. Totally not just gonna drink the fuck out of this. Did you get medicines? Got some Sudafed and more Sudafed. Or it's a cold, so I'm not gonna give anything for it. Whiskey or cough syrup? Both seem like the correct beverage for today. It's just gin. Taking medicine is like letting the terrorists win. Interesting. That's a hot take that I've never heard before. This Puffers is just amazing. Thanks, Andre. It's pretty cool. It's getting better. Okay, back to the regular charts. Purple puts, green calls. Other way around. Are you saving these puts or am I cooked? I don't know what you have. Was that live Gamma? Yeah. Craziest thing happened in the labs last night. An old friend showed back up. Really? Interesting. What kind of old friend? Is it fucking Chicken Tender Daddy? I don't know who it is. Oh shit! I couldn't find that. Why did that show up online? Interesting. So we're just gonna trade sideways all day? Well, like sideways and slightly up and down. These aren't exactly small $40 swings. Who's the guy who got knocked off his bike by a priest? Oh. $5,900, $5,950, call calendar spread, 0 DTE, 26 November. Big Dom or Big Smart? $5,900, $5,950, call calendar spread. So you sold the 5,900, bought the 5,950? Yeah. It doesn't seem too bad, although I'm not sure how much. Well, we'll have to see how things reposition around here, but we could move up further. I mean, Gamma Max is fairly close to like 6,000 right now, but it's going to move down. I guess we'll have to see how far down it moves. But 5,900 at least seems like a decent resistance for today. It's holding up so far. Although, if we break above it, we're going to 59.25. Probably. Which could kind of suck. Hmm, 59.03-ish. Fuma really getting in on the action today. That's nice. How many 5,500 Ps should I buy? For what? Gamma Max is 6,000. 6,000 last night. It'll move closer to spot. Especially because we moved up so hard. It'll move down probably quite a lot. Wouldn't IWM mean revert? Good question. Probably not today. Maybe with the Fed decision. You're still in Reddit, or are you closing that and taking a loss? I sold some 25 calls on it yesterday. I don't see any reason to close it right now. Potato Famine Tom. It's not a comeback just yet? Okay. I won't say anything. Let me know when it's a comeback, and I'll do the whole thing. I'm selling CCs because it's like selling hope. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's awesome. June 5,500 contracts are $123. That's not exactly cheap. VIX 3-month is still at like 1761. I know vol came down hard today, but not that hard. What kind of saddle are you gonna get with your straddle payout? I don't know. Maybe like a roping saddle or a dressage saddle. We should have a company event where we go to the saddle store. Where we do team roping, me and JFresh versus everyone else. Usually we do the team roping at Dork's house. Then we go out. Do you know how much of the insane 5,900 call wall is sold versus bought? I mean, I could make an educated guess. I believe all the calls are sold and the puts are bought. Looks like a synth short. However, there are bought calls at 95 and 80 to the downside, which offers up some support. This is a synth long at 80, synth short at 59. Probably just chop between the two. Are we bullish or bearish, Pickles? I don't know if I'm really either one. We're above the bull confirm. Yep. Just barely, though. Like $3. We failed it once already today. Also, these are like all-time highs, so I'm fairly sure that these levels are just made up. Yeah, I know. Yen's getting fucked hard. some of the smaller regional banks will start to experience some trouble with the 10-year above 4.5. Above 5%, we could see some of the smaller regional banks failing. A little bit of pressure on the G-SIBs, 5.5%, quite a lot of pressure on regional banks, and moderate pressure on the G-SIBs above 6%. You start risking the larger banks failing. What percent when JPM becomes the only bank left? Like 7.5%, 8%. Fed's got that magic money machine. Yeah, they do. Can this reverse tomorrow with the Fed decision, or is everything priced in? I mean, a Fed rate cut tomorrow is priced in. Well, 86% priced in. Oh, yeah, I can show it. Give me a second. Looks like I gotta refresh. There it goes. What are we looking at here? Greeks at each strike. Net. Wow. Some aren't. I guess charms. Gross. But. Oh. Those little toggles. Nice. Triple top. Nuke. Our website looks so much cooler now. Imagine if we had something like a meter or something. Huh. That'd be crazy. What? Like a put call meter or something like that? That would be crazy. You're right. So this thing, there's solid range to move up still. We need to get away from resistance a little bit, but yeah. So Utah's going to be forced to hike again since JPY is getting yeeted by Dixie. I mean, the Japanese government is currently in shambles, so maybe not as forced as you would think, but they're definitely not in a good position. It's going to be hard to get them to agree on any type of financing through the Ministry of Finance. And without that, yeah, their only option might be more positive yield rates. I wonder who visualized this. What? Like all of these charts? Um, I mean, I think they're a product of all of us iterating them 100 times over, but largely my brainchild because I wanted a platform that would be useful for traders. But I never could have implemented any of it without the rest of the team. And then, everyone's had hundreds of rounds of input on all of them. Man, that must have been a lot of data to crank through. God, you guys are so needy. Holy shit. I should call her. I'm sure there's a lot of edge cases. I'll fucking edge your case, Dork, alright? Yeah, building exactly what you envisioned must have been really hard. And it took a lot of iterations. It did. It did. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Ever. It never would have happened. And it is a lot of data to crank through, and the math is complex. And building things that really aren't your forte is very, very hard. Rebuilding Greeks by Strike 800 times must have been why beta launch was a big deal. Yeah, but we have the best Greeks by Strike. Like, I mean, nothing even comes close. And our fucking math is right, which is huge. Imagine a backend engineer having to build all of the UI components. I don't have to imagine that. I've seen it in real time. When tokenize shares of Gamma Strike so we can all support. You mean monthly memberships? Imagine every chart needing a custom chart plugin. It's not my fault that the base charts are garbage and they all need heavily modified. When someone asks you about it, you need to just say, a lot of ins and a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous, and a lot of strands to keep in my head. C plus plus. True. Yeah. I thought this was Cobalt. No, the Cobalt guy died. Hey, don't knock Fortran. You still need it for the math. Not here, but other places. Only 98% of our code is in assembly. We're just gonna grind here all day, aren't we? Well, if we can't break above the synth short, then yeah, we're gonna get pinned to it. Look at me, I'm the assembly. What makes Greeks hard to calculate? Well, I mean, they're They're not individually that difficult to calculate, but you have to do them over thousands of stocks, which is extraordinarily time consuming. Um, and then, every options chain is kind of unique, and error handling them is very tricky. Otherwise, you kind of end up with Greeks that are all over the place, of which I'm sure you've seen examples other places, where they just spike for no reason, and they're kind of not really pinned to anything in reality. Overly sensitive. So, I mean, when you're building a model like that, you need to kind of find a balance between how robust and how accurate it is. And I would say that what we've landed on is the most robust and most accurate model that we could build. I mean, frequently our Greeks are within like pennies of the price action, if not right on target. And that cannot be said for many of the other calculations, even the original calculations, which are derived from have like what we calculate nowadays is nothing like that. Still amazed that cat is at 413. Excuse me, Greek. When are we getting the nut mix? Greek, I have concepts of a nut mix. We're trying to get the live data pushed pretty soon. I get a little bit of gamma building above spot. We've iterated so many times. I'm tired, boss. It's okay. Only like 10,000 more repetitions and we'll be there. Look, I've been losing money for a decade. Our platform's the best tool I've ever used to lose less money. Wait, Nick, are you just losing less money because you're running out of money to lose? We won't know. We'll have a better idea of positioning tomorrow after everything's kind of more fleshed out. But I would say at least into tomorrow, it looks like the range we're in is fairly stable. What's the eyeballs? What's up, popcorn? I do not think the housing market will feel so good. No, you mean people aren't going to like even higher mortgage rates? That's crazy. Trump fixes this with Bitcoin? No, he doesn't. The 7.5% looks pretty good now, doesn't it? No, 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 it doesn't, Atomic. Compare J and K TLT price action today to get the real story behind the fake news. The financial conditions are tightening themselves regardless of Fed policy. I don't understand tariffs. We charge people to import shit. If you want access to the US consumer, you pay money, which then the US consumer will cover the cost of. But we don't talk about the second part. The realtor said I can just refinance later. I mean, yeah, it's true, true and accurate. Tariffs are the reason we can't buy $10,000 Toyota trucks in the USA. Platform looks great. I'm gonna go touch grass for a while due to recent events. I really shouldn't have full ported into GoEV. I'll be back for your birthday. Re-queue until then. Wait, hold on. Why did you never mind. Like, after the price of it dropped? You can't just leave me wondering. GoEV in the demand zone. Demand for a bankruptcy attorney. We were market crashing after OPEX. Okay. Peanut told me in a dream last night. I wouldn't ignore that. Tupperware closed their Florida headquarters and laid off employees. That sounds about right. Nuts out for Peanut. Nice. Let's go touch 75 real quick. Mm, need to fall back through the synthetic short, which they're trying to defend. Ball's not really picking up much. I think NQ looks a little bit weak, maybe. So nasty orange. Orange is fucking nasty. Huh. Yeah, Trump's probably going to be kind of a hard landing scenario. Why hard? He's gonna try to cut rates. Well, I mean, at least that's his campaign promise, which he's not historically notorious for keeping. You think J-Powell will resign before he gets fired? Probably not. He'll probably try to stay in the position as long as he can. Color our puts purple? Yep. Wait. No. Puts are blue. Calls are purple. Nick, you gotta stop switching the colors around on me, man. You did on the squiggles. Make it a random color generator. Ooh. It's because people have been putting false information in the universe. Oh, lol, yeah, yeah, those. Being blue or a shade of teal makes it more callish. Why? Why do you associate calls with being green? When have you ever made money on calls? Purple's for the bruises they represent. I feel so attacked. Both of them result in bruises. Yeah, that's why they're both bruised colored. Calls and puts should both be red. If JPEG cuts again tomorrow, yields up. I mean, probably not much more. They're kind of already pricing in a cut. What the hell is that? You helped me out yesterday with some zero DT. Guess with inflation, $5 doesn't go a long way. But maybe you can get some cough drops. Thanks. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, dude. Are you bored yet? I'm not bored. I'm sick. I'm like fucking done trading for today. I woke up, I closed my straddles, I closed my fucking IWM shit. That's really all I had to do for today. How did the straddles do? I was too afraid of Vol Crush to do it. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, there was definitely a lot of Vol Crush, but mostly on the put side. And the put side was cheaper yesterday anyway. I bought far enough out that I didn't have to pay for too much of the event vol. I bought on the OPEX, so um, they did well. The calls doubled. The puts lost about 68%. what's your opinion on the Fed decision this week and outcome of what holding steady or another 25-point cut might do to indexes? Um, I mean, I don't think another 25-point cut is good for indexes. I think we're already seeing financial conditions tighten very significantly, despite the two cuts that have already occurred. I'd imagine they will keep tightening, and if currency spreads get tighter, the cost to carry on the long end is going to get worse. Right now, because the short end is falling really hard, the short end is falling in value. The yields on the short end are going up. To some degree, that's kind of helping things out, but that may not last for long. Because remember, they're shorting the short-term bills, short-term debt instruments, in order to cover the cost to carry on the long end. But the long end is going up significantly faster than the yields on the short end. And another cut is just going to make that worse. It's going to tighten those currency spreads even more. Went down. We got like a triple top here. Have to lose. Yeah, I mean that's just the reality of it. We have to lose 5,900. Key support around 58.90. Yeah. Well, 58.85. You can kind of see it on the chart there. They're highlighted. So the negative gamma kind of peaks right around 58.85. Who put that highlighting in? The coolest guy on the I know. I use a highlighter on my monitor. Am I doing this right? Yes. Yes, you are. Popcorn didn't do that. Oh, popcorn. Hmm. Is Popcorn the coolest guy you know? Well, first of all, let's not throw around the word guy. Popcorn is a emoji. We're falling into that big old green bar. Yeah. It's either going to be a bunch of support or not. 1 second, I'll be right back. When will I be able to fuck the chart? That's the real question. We've sent Elon several emails. So far, no response. With all these flight hours, the beta fish are going to be able to. I mean, we already hit the ground running. I hope so. I'm pretty sure Nuke could sink it to a flashlight. Probably, yeah. Sold calls building to the upside. NQ looks a little weak. I mean, it really should. It's a synthetic short, so it shouldn't really be all that supportive once it's in the money. It's just getting it in the money. I'm disillusioned by the results of the US election. I would appreciate your take on the next 4 years. Thanks for all you do, Pickle Man. I hear you, man. It's hard to say. Trump's an extraordinarily unpredictable, insane person, and so it'll probably be difficult to pick a direction. But I feel like we're probably going to cut off some amount of funding very publicly to the Ukraine. We're gonna likely have issues with our NATO alliances. Um, He's going to try to aggressively cut rates, and tariffs will push inflation higher than we've ever seen it before. But you might get rid of income tax. That's definitely something a lot of rich people are going to want. Productivity will probably decline. I think tech will be hurt by tariffs pretty badly. Fortunately, most of Trump's focus is on his own embetterment, and that of his families. Very little actual concern with the U.S. government, how it operates, or anything else to do with it. So hopefully, he just spends all his time playing golf for the next 4 years and fucking off until we get another president. He also flirted with the idea of no more double taxation on U.S. diaspora, no taxation on tips, not the inflation protected securities kind. Well, I mean, the U.S. government didn't get taxes on tips for the better part of the last century, and even some of this century. It was only really with the advent of efficient credit card reporting were tips starting to be taxed. Democrats move too far left. They have to move to the center. I would argue that both parties have moved too far away from center. You can't identify bought sold contracts with this chart. You can make assumptions, but you can't identify bought sold with this. Nominal fee on all FX transactions. You said what? What did I say? Democrats didn't move too far left. They picked a non-viable candidate who couldn't inspire an emotion in an emo kid. I know. I know, but the natural reaction of one party to the other shifting further right is to move further left, right? And separate bases more and more. So, I mean, even if they're not actively trying to do that, it's just an effect of the behavior of both parties in a two-party political system. Democrats are like European conservatives, but I mean, we're not looking at it on a global scale. You think he actually makes it another 4 years? He's been looking real rough lately. That's what may happen if Vance has to step in. The man fucks couches. I mean, he's just not. He's actually probably more akin to prior presidents we've had. George W. Bush Jr. was probably a couch fucker too. A lot of people don't want trans four-star generals or DEI. I don't know what DEI is. Who gives a shit? If they're a good general, why do you care what's in their pants? What a weird thing to be angry about. Very un-American. I think that's the problem. You didn't know about DEI? Nah. People are far too concerned what other people are doing in their fucking bedrooms or with their lives or with their sexuality. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why is it always that all of the answers... I'm not going to get into it. Let's talk about real stuff. Like this chart. If you don't hate people hard enough, or even an American, I hate everybody, but that's not the thing I hate about them. Like, I universally just dislike 99% of people. But I just dislike them because they're people. They're stupid animals that mill about and live insignificant lives that they assign too much importance to. You love me? Sure. We're the 1%, finally. You have to hate things like cuties and unchangeable inherent characteristics because they're slightly different. Weird. But you're a centaur? I don't know what that has to do with anything. We live in one of the most populated places on Earth. Yeah, and? Are you saying that's responsible for my viewpoint? Probably. Animals are good. Eh. So if Trump is elected, Powell will cut rates. Powell will probably be forcibly removed. No, we just get more inflation. That's what happens. You take tariffs and cut rates, and you get runaway inflation. Project 25 is really fringe. I know a lot of people have, like, jumped onto that, but, like, Trump is notorious for just baiting all of his most extreme followers. Trump has probably paid for more abortions than most men. Just hundreds and hundreds of abortions. That man has killed at least 10 fetuses. He does not give a flying fuck about abortions or religion or any of that shit. He is a hardcore narcissist and a sociopath. He only cares about himself, and he will pander to anybody that will give him more power. He was literally a Democrat. I'm well aware. New Yorkers saw him a mile off because he's been a con man here for a lot longer than he's been a con man everywhere else. Trump breaking a deal with somebody? Impossible. He's a man of his word. He hasn't indebted himself to every single bank in the world with failed business enterprises. BTU rally is sustainable? Possibly, yeah. I mean, I hope I'm right too. But he has proved already previously that he is not effective at getting shit done in office, which is maybe the only good thing that comes out of this. I was taught back in kindergarten that anyone that has to say believe me, in every other sentence is lying to you. Probably. Hawkish Powell. Powell should be hawkish tomorrow because he's creating a significant amount of risk in the bond market. But no, he needs to thread a needle of not cutting rates while remaining extraordinarily dovish because banks are going to need rates to fall, and he is definitely attenuated with the risk in on RRP that's currently presenting itself. The Senate majority, it's going to be easier. I mean, Democrats can just do what the Republicans did when Trump was president and stall everything in the Senate. They're going to pass like one thing in 4 years, one major thing in 4 years. So they'll be about as ineffective as Biden was, and, so on. That's all it is. It's one party wants to do something, the other party wants to stop it. And we just go back and forth every 4 years doing nothing. And things just get progressively worse because they're eroding. GOP might have all three branches. Is that done yet? It's like a GOP sweep. Not done, but looking more like it. There's definitely some really interesting effects from all of the Democrats moving out of major city centers during the pandemic and into areas that are, you know, well, extraordinarily red, historically red districts. There was a lot of talk like over the last 2 years that like Democrats were gonna turn all these like blue wash all of these areas. But when you have like 10 people moving into a community of 20,000 Republican voters, you're not blue washing shit. You're just weakening the area that you came from. And I think we saw a really good example of that last night. Sheffield's remembered that Trump's first term had strong enough Republican dominance in the House and Senate they could ignore the Dems for the first 2 years. Still didn't pass anything of note. No. I think people are more worried about the Supreme Court. Had the House before the election, plus 3 seat pickup so far, and they got the Senate. Mm. Well, maybe we just get a nice recession and a war, and then they won't get anything done. Headline prediction for next year: Boebert foot job at Coachella. It's holding 5,900. It is, but it's not really breaking out above it. Yeah, the GOP is pretty split too. And look how long it took them to get a majority whip. Or speaker. Speaker, sorry. That was a big clusterfuck. Do we have a 30-year auction? Oh, interesting. $30, as if there'll even be a Treasury in 30 years. That's okay. The U.S. government will just pay all of its debt by charging people to gain access to our consumers. It's going to be fine. Somebody's totally sitting on that $34 trillion. Honestly, Trump might be crazy enough to destroy the dollar. That's an effective way of debt, just like getting rid of our debt. With Trump, do we get to see the Epstein and Diddy lists and the JFK files? Well, you can't look at the Epstein and Diddy list because Trump's on them, but the JFK files, sure. It would be hilarious if RFK subverts your ex. No one's putting that fucking insane person in charge of anything, Dunstan. You need to calm your tits. But he was promised. Yeah, we'll see how far that goes. how big is the 30-year action? I'm not really sure. Let me take a look. $25? Okay. Not too big. Although that's not particularly small for a 30-year auction. How bad is Janet Yellen feeling today? She could just spend the next 3 months bankrupting the next government. It's not like the Dems can't still win. Right? Gensler's probably going to get replaced. The SEC is probably going to just get removed. Break up. Nope. He would get rid of the CFTC. But I can see him getting rid of the SEC. A little bit of resistance here. It took us 6,000 attempts to build a chart. Building a functional government Should be doable in one try. Well, it worked for 300 years, almost. Chart froze? Oh, it did. Mm, resistance here. Do it for peanut. What does the USA's market economic future look like with Trump being president? Not great. That we're gonna get inflation. Probably. Well, it depends on what he actually implements, but if he implements any kind of tariff system while cutting rates, our inflation's gonna go to like fucking 20%, which means yields substantially higher, potential bank failures because they can't stand the stress of having to mark to market their securities, and less effective government mechanisms for dealing with that fallout. The repeal of regulations great when everything's running as it should. Not so great when things are broken. Bank prices today are up because there's an assumption that they're going to make more money on higher rates. But I think we've already proven that people just simply won't borrow. Because they are fine. Regardless of how you feel about Powell, he's done exactly what he said he would. No, he hasn't. He hasn't brought inflation down at all. The normalization of inflation over a 3-year period is not bringing inflation down. I think you need to look at the charts again. I want someone with that guy smoking. Yeah, that sounds good. It's actually what transitory means. Yeah. What about the navigating by the stars under cloudy skies part? He was just embellishing. I miss the good ship transitory. 'Too early to sell bear call 2530 here? Is it worth the risk? I feel like the risk on that isn't worth selling it. It's so far out of the fucking money. Are you selling theta on it? Or like 0 DTE? I have a bull put from the earlier drop. Oh, okay. Doesn't seem like a very good deal to me, but what do I know? You see the bet between Poopy and Dork? Poopy said TLT hits 103 before 85. I don't think Poopy's won any of those bets. Why does he keep making them? Oh. Hmm. Now that's VIX crush? What, you mean like the whole day? Create to overhold these and lose all my gains. Congratulations. Holy fucking cat, rip fucking face. Yep, it did. Domestic manufacturing. What's up, Nuke? Interesting. Huh. I'm not sure if that's leading or not. Is the put an auction play? Yeah. Just kind of want to see what happens here. We have like a little bit of resistance to the upside. Everything above us is sold calls. So there's not particularly a lot of range. Yield was 4.63 before the auction. Fucking seriously? Fucking results aren't even printed. God, I hate that shit. Huh. Long and dumping, kind of. Um, little. Hmm. The video just a rocket right now? Yeah. Alright. Bid to cover 2.64. High yield 4.608. So no tail. Quite a big drop, actually. So it's 25 billion, 13% of the bids at the high. Hmm. Not gonna hit the dollar at all. It should a little. No tail bearish now? Yeah. Reduced inflation expectations. Or at least liquidity. I mean, it was a pretty liquid auction. Only 13% of the bids were at the high. Probably on speculation that NVIDIA will be able to sell chips to literally anybody. Trump will probably repeal trade restrictions to China and the new ones that they're implementing in the Middle East. Auction's over. No tail. Missed spot by 30 bips. See if dollar comes down. Could be kind of interesting. I'm surprised Costco didn't move up harder. Costco and Home Depot are down hard as fuck today. So's Meta. Is this China stock down temporary? Probably not. Imposing tariffs on China while they're in a deflationary spiral is basically economic warfare. It's stronger than what we've conducted so far. Can 59.15 be squeezed out of short calls? It's possible, but it looks like it's holding off. Bears are still selling some calls out of the money. Liquidity hasn't completely dried up there. And if they get a little bit of an advantage, and SPX pulls back towards 57.05, they might load more. I do think that the synth short is trimming to the downside of us, though. Referral rapidly intensifies in the Cat 3, just hours before it makes landfall in Cuba. A little bit of the synth shorts giving up, yeah. Hmm. 59.25. I feel like that's enough of a breakup. Yeah, short puts coming in at 57.05, 57.10. So I just don't care. I'm just gonna pump. Fuck the gap. Fuck the auction. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait till it tops and sell some calls. Ugh. What you know they made 50% the first move down today to lose 100% because I said a stop? Even though I thought it would keep going further. Huh. Look at that. When was the last time SPX had a 300-point day? It's been a little while. Maybe like quarter 1 NVIDIA earnings or like quarter 2 Meta. One of those. Although we're not at 300 bips yet. We're probably not going to get to 300 bips either. Dow's up 300. More importantly, though, we're in 1929 line. We're getting kind of close. On the weekly, it is 60.42, and then it moves up about 60.38. Next week, it's like 60.43. So it moves up about $5 a week. I know we have up 550 basis points. Yep. Puts 59.25 seem like they make sense to you? On a test of 59.25? Maybe. Futures is moving to retest the high from this morning, from the overnight, which is like 59.54. If there's nothing above us, if nothing comes in above us. I'm bored now. What to? It's a good question. Hmm. What's that like 59.20, 59.20, 25? Right around there. Probably like 22 and change. Oh. Do we need to pull back a bit and consolidate for a few days to go much higher? No, I mean, it'll depend on how much repositioning we get today. But I don't think so. No, not quite 6K yet, but uh, I don't know, 59.30-ish, around there. Is this distribution? Not yet. Weekly GM still isn't 6K either. No, and it's probably going to get closer to spot, not further from spot. Yeah, I feel like 25 or 30 is probably as high as this could go today. The bulls are still selling puts here. They're still trying to push the upside. Selling more puts at 5,900 now. They're starting to crush out the synth line there. They're starting to sell more puts at 05 and 10 also. Still, I mean, dollar's falling after the 30-year auction, which is the only bearish thing going on right now. Yeah, CLN is starting to look kind of bullish. A little bit more so above $4, but not bad. I would watch out for profit taking though. It's experienced a little recently. I don't think the market's ever been underweight Mag 7. Maybe underrate the rest of the tech, but Mag 7 is fine. Microsoft's trying to push back up. That looks kind of promising. Meta might be building some support too. Why were they still put so far away? They're selling them naked. Are you talking about the 5710 and 05? They're selling them naked. They don't care. It's just free money. Sell as many as you can. That's what they're doing. Is Carvana similar to Reddit in terms of positioning? Not really. No chance of slipping below that? No, we could. I mean, there's still some of a synth short there. And the dollar is declining, which is probably more bearish than the rest of it. If the dollar keeps declining, that's going to fuck up margin because the carry's massively over leveraged today. Correlation snapped right back. Yeah, big moves in dispersion. So one little sell off and right back to everything being over leveraged to the tits. I should have bought the dip on SLB. That's not bad. What do you think the future volatility regime looks like? I mean, if yields keep going up after the Fed rate cut, we're going to see vol grind back up again. Or at least we're going to see continued pressure on vol. Powell's got to somehow cool the rise in rates. Otherwise, they'll have to take more drastic action later. What do we have tomorrow? Jesus fucking Christ, I feel terrible. Starts at the top here. No, I think bulls are still pushing on it. I think they'll get their breakout if they pressure it enough. They've got all the momentum today. There's a reason for them to give up early. Are you sick every other week? So I take like a lot of allergy medications that lower my immune system intentionally. And then I live in a really crowded city. So it's kind of like get sick every other week during like cold and flu season or have allergies every day. They're both equally shitty. It's been fun, but might be my last message. About to liquidate the port. Thanks to the good times, Gork, there's nothing left for me. I don't even know if anywhere is safe anymore. I'm not sure if even worth trying. Just, I mean, the Northeast isn't probably going to change very much. Username. Sorry to hear that. Shut the fuck up, Bob. You know how you're scared of Democrats taking your guns? Thank you, Dorg. Massachusetts, yeah. Yeah, we just modified the New York State Bill of Rights, too. I live in Massachusetts, and I'm kind of sad they didn't pass the mushroom law. Imagine if those people with guns were irrationally angry at you for who you feel you are inside, Bob. I'm planning on Northeast, yeah. I don't know if it'll even be enough. I mean, it's sure as shit gonna be a lot better than other places. If Trump appoints RC head of anything, I might actually flee the country. Okay, yeah, I agree. Although, I don't think Trump knows who Ryan Cohen is, so we've got that working for us. There's always Canada and Japan. True. Japan's cheap right now. Except for that one small district in Maine. You mean everything in the northern half? Everybody forgets about Delaware, including the people who live there. Delaware is a fucking weird place, Dork. The entire state's just a giant fucking P.O. box. Nice. I'm a Europort. What are your thoughts on Trump coming back in? I mean, who gives a shit, right? I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. I think he's a terrible fucking president. But I also think he's going to be fairly ineffective and not do much. Or just die. Does he pardon himself on day one? Absolutely, right? You can't pardon the state stuff as president. Nope. Rip off the VWAP hat to reveal MAGA underneath. I mean, no. Clearly haven't been here long. I think the Biden Trump pardons will be quite interesting. Mm. You need more than a simple majority in Congress to change the Constitution. Everyone needs to chill out a little. I understand that people are stressed about it, but please try to remember that our government is intentionally designed to withstand this kind of stuff. And it's pretty effective at accomplishing nothing. Our government's been doing absolutely fuck all since the 60s. And it's probably going to keep doing that. And Trump's going to have to navigate his way through not having any money to spend, which will be difficult to say the least. Yep, BTU's up. I think Reagan was consequential. Yeah. I think more the ideology there was consequential than any of his actual actions. But yeah, he fucked a lot of shit up. So did so did Clinton. You doing any plays on the side right now? I'm bored. I'm thinking about going long meta on the break of view op here. But I don't know if I actually want to. Bear call soon? We need to move a little higher before I want to sell them. I don't get all the whining. Lots of opportunity to trade all of the volatility. The big orange buffoon brings them. You know, as let me think of how to put this sensitively. As a bunch of white dudes, majority white dudes, with a little bit of money, we are all far less affected by the impact of this decision. Or just not affected at all, right? It just means basically nothing to us. And whether the fears of whatever outcomes it may bring are rational or irrational, They still exist. And maybe just try to be considerate of that. I know a lot of you, whatever your political line is, I don't honestly think there's a ton of Republicans in here, but there's some. Don't gloat. It's unbecoming. What have you really won? You've elected a criminal to be your representative. I mean, it's not like a huge. It's not like you've done a great job. You haven't won better education. You haven't won lower taxes. You haven't won higher wages. All of the things that you should give a shit about, you haven't won. You wouldn't have gotten them either way, but you didn't get them with this. So just shut the fuck up about it and trade the market. They made the other side lose, which is far more important to them than winning anything. The other side didn't do a lot to win. Okay, I mean, everyone latched onto the changing candidate really, really quickly while forgetting that our country is extraordinarily misogynistic and racist, and the chances of us actually electing a black female or female of color, it's not really black, to the office of president was almost none. And even given that, still a large number of people voted for her. The fucked up thing is Biden probably could have won, and the man's essentially a vegetable. Maybe the takeaway there is that we get shitty leaders because we vote based on our own biases and ignorance. It's VWAP on Meta. Just broke it. And then failed again. So racist, we elected a black president twice. We didn't do it again. And Obama wasn't a woman. I said racist and misogynistic. Maybe P. Diddy should be president. No, dork. Idiocracy is not satire, it's a documentary. Where can I place bets on a Diddy pardon? If he's got any dirt on Trump, he'll be pardoned right away. Or he'll die in jail. Remember when Trump was going to pardon the Tiger King and then didn't? Remember when Trump was going to pardon all those people that mobbed Congress? How will Trump impact the consumer health sector? Humana, KView, etc. I don't know. He didn't do anything meaningful last time. How are Humana and KView even close to in the same bucket? They're not. I haven't been here lately. Is the economy still fucked? Rates are at almost 4.5% on the 10-year. They don't appear to be backing down. Can this piece of shit dump back to 5,900 now and close? I told you I think they're gonna push for 25. Inflation means SPX 7K. Yep. Yeah. Hyperinflation and my fucking 12,000 calls are gonna print. I heard RFK is going to remove the FDA. Listen, nobody's putting RFK in a position of power. I do remember feeling ridiculed in here because someone here said he had a chance to win, then accused of living in an echo chamber, ironically coming from here, while I was simply just trying to trade. What? I don't know. Sounds real. TLT, oh my god, I'm dying. JNK, oh my god, we moon boys. Everyone here is smart enough to know he was probably going to win. Someone here said he had a chance to win. You told him he lived in an echo chamber. I don't think that's the part of the thing he was talking about that I was responding to. I didn't say Trump didn't have a chance to win. I said he lost a lot of his base. And he did. I mean, we had like a quarter, like 25 million fewer people voted in this election. Turnout was shockingly abysmal. It was really bad. Who's salty? I don't give a shit who's president. I'm a rich white guy. The Persian centaur thing is a hoax. I've never said I'm Persian or a centaur. They really needed a primary if not running Biden. Yeah, they did. They just wanted to keep the money, and that was the easiest path to doing it. And they didn't want to split the vote, which was strategically a terrible decision. I remember talking to Dems after the debate where Biden was, obviously suffering from some small impairment issues due to his age. And people were like, I'm just going to vote for him anyway. And then they picked Trump, and that's what, or then they picked Kamala, and that's when everyone started hemming and hawing. Everyone was like, I don't really like her. Or I don't know who I'm voting for now. Maybe I just won't vote at all, which apparently most people didn't do. Well, a big chunk of people didn't do. I'm taking an anger short at 59.25. Why? Hopefully everyone can get along and see that their fears of him taking away their rights and locking them up don't come to fruition. They already have, though. He's already eroded people's rights.
Concerned put their pickle in my jar if you are talking about leaving the country, liquidating your port, and losing hope in life because someone got elected. Then with all sincerity, please seek a mental health professional. This is not normal behavior. You are a victim of the worst propaganda campaign in US history.
I think that goes both ways. I will be poor regardless of who's in the White House. Probably, yeah. Although I hope you lock down a job because your strategy of getting interviewed is maybe not going to be so effective moving forward. What rights did he erode? He stacked the Supreme Court with Christian conservatives who do not represent a majority of the population of the country, just because the Electoral College is unevenly balanced. Most of the country is not Christian conservatives or men. I'm going to double down on my strategy. Defense contractors will have a blank check now. All right. People 100% don't realize not everyone's in the same boat as them. People wealthy and educated enough to be day trading aren't the ones who face the threats. For the most part, yeah. What happened to the separation of church and state? The church people don't like that. They palmed off the abortion rights to states rather than banning it. Well, because the federal government doesn't really have any space to ban it, but the states can. And so they use the states to facilitate something that they've been trying to do since the inception of Roe v. Wade. More support for Venu Disney Fox WB merger against Fubo. I mean, probably not, because that's being dealt with in one individual court. Can we hear why Bitcoin is a bad investment? Because it's not real. It's just leveraged dollars. Dollar up, Bitcoin up, dollar down, Bitcoin down. You can just buy dollars. Not every state did it. None of them should have been given the option. Just how Satoshi intended. Two worthless things, one of them backed by a government, one of them backed by fucking nerds. One backed by the F-35 and nuclear weapons. Yeah. FOMC cuts tomorrow. Does IWM continue to rock it up? Probably. How much lower do you see VIX going over the next few days to weeks? I think it'll depend on the Fed decision tomorrow. It could go right back up again. Larry Fink is going hard into collecting transaction fees on Bitcoin. He's not going hard into Bitcoin. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, clearly. That's not how ETFs work. I really can't take anyone seriously who's in favor of pro-Russia talking points. They're so bad, they make us still look like the good guys, and we're not either.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Aussie just tweeted it's cool to be a white guy again 3.
What a fucking tool. Do you think the Fed had two plans for tomorrow, depending on Kamala or Trump? Possibly. Yellen's got 3 months to bankrupt the government. If anyone could do it, it's her. Is there a bearish narrative tomorrow? Seems like all the bearishness is gone in the short term. Have you looked at the bond market? I, for one, like to hear Taco Wu's say. The Fed has to mention uncertain future fiscal policy, I imagine. Yeah. Yellen could just get our debt downgraded real quick. And then the government won't do anything for 16 years, let alone the next 4. Thank you. If the blonde market complies, it's blue skies from here on out. What do you mean? There's no blue skies. The market's frantically trying to price in a rapid shift in inflation. Which is already a risk with the Fed cutting, and is now an even greater risk. It's risk on in equities at the moment. That's not just all roses, though. No. John Titus. He's the forensic account that Whitney Webb refers to around out of the Fed pumped money into BlackRock investments and quantitative easing. The Fed did pump money into BlackRock investments and quantitative easing. You didn't need a forensic accountant to figure that out. They report their investments. Gotta get off Axe, man. Wealth gap about to explode. It's gonna be 6,000 today? No. 25 or 30, I think, is still like the top of where we're getting. We're pushing into sold calls here, but we haven't broken them. Yeah, we're getting more sold calls out of the money now. 59.50s getting sold pretty heavily. 40 and 35 also. What's happening at 25? I told you that earlier when we were still under 5,900. Should I roll my short 5,900 Cs up and out to tomorrow? I mean, might have to roll them further out than that. Tomorrow's the Fed decision, and we don't know which way that's going to go yet. Hmm. The Q&A should be fire. Yeah. And if JPOW doesn't cut rates tomorrow, it's gonna be a cause for concern. Nothing to really push this down. I mean, there doesn't need to be. There's calls being sold out of the money. That's gonna erode the potential for upside in spot. Surprise hike? No, we're not gonna get a surprise hike. Not without inflation coming back. Could it be regional bank fails over the weekend bad? Asking for a friend. Mm, the banks that are like at severe risk at 4.5% are very small. Hmm. It was like 5 trillion in potential losses with the 10-year above 4.5. Hmm. Jesus. The CRE exposure is tricky. Especially when you consider the magnification of those losses on top of their hold to maturity securities. Do yields have to stay high for a whole quarter at least before anybody blows up? It depends on how much demand there is from their depositors. So, this is the scariest scenario. Rates at the front end fall while rates at the back end rise. Right? Because then those money market funds are going to suffer drawdowns because people are going to want to get their cash out and move it to something else. And if that happens, there's not enough cash to satisfy that demand. Then they have to start liquidating short-term securities, right? Which starts to erode the price of those short-term securities even more. The securities at the back end continue to rise. The cost to carry the securities at the back end continues to rise, and the dollar declines. Super serial question. When Wells Fargo bankrupt? I mean, they don't have a great balance sheet. They also have a lot of CRE exposure. It's a big deal on the 10-2 uninverted. But yeah, the 10-3 is important too. Now, is SPX positioning for the rest of November to get a possible rug pull coming? I have no idea. We're going to have to see how things shake out after today. There was no positioning up here yesterday, right? There was no positioning up here last week when we failed this level, these levels. Slightly lower, but failed them all the same. So we'll have to see what positioning comes in. And, we're getting fairly close to Gamma Max, so, I mean, bullish positioning is just going to inherently weaken anyway. I forgot to sell my calls. Damn it. No, I'll get another chance. If we get some momentum to the downside, this puppy could really go. Well, yeah, because there's just like a big gap in positioning between where we were yesterday and where we are today. Does the 20-30 year on inversion matter at all? Not right now. Hmm. Did you ever do year-end reviews to see which Pickles picks were best, worst? No? That would be difficult and time-consuming. And to what end? FSLR was the best. I don't know. IWM last week to today is pretty fucking crazy. BTU's kicking ass, yeah. Definitely not the best one. I mean, God, the success rate of them is already really high. I mean, and I know at one point we went back and looked at like a year and a half or 2 years just to determine like success rate, like winner loser, and it was like above 80%. It was like 84 or something. Motherfucking Dole, yeah. Revlon before I overheld it. Copper Howl a bunch of times, Zom a bunch of times, short TLT, long TLT. There's too many. Upstart, yeah. Even Bobby, yeah, even Bobby. Pure percentage performance, it's got to be like BNet or Upstart or like one of the ones that like squeezed. FSLR was really good. Cat a few times. BNet made me middle class. Nice. A few of those Beyond runs were nuts. Those were like 20, 30x options. Spurt was awesome. Yeah. Jimmy and May. MSTR last Friday, and then the Friday before that, Apple last Friday. IWM from last week when it was at 217. AMD Microsoft a few weeks ago. EPAM if I wasn't an idiot. Yeah. EPAM was fucking nuts. Even though the options were overpriced. Fuck, coin up 30%. Reddit next week. I got Theta on it. AVGO, yeah, AVGO was crazy for a few weeks there before the split. That was a sick fucking short. It dropped what, like $150? Yeah, IWM Gamma Max. That's at like 250, so it's still got a way to go. I still trimmed today though. I'm not gonna fucking risk it. Let me double check though. I'm pretty sure it's like 250. 242.39. Or I trimmed all my IWM, but it's got more room. It keeps going. Admittedly, it's having a pretty crazy go of it, but JPEG could really fuck up IWM tomorrow. Yeah, but I don't have to worry about that till 2 o'clock. I trimmed like 70% of what I had there. I mean, it's not a small amount, but I still have some runners. Running out of stuff? What kind of stuff? I can get you more stuff. That's some settled cash. Nice. Accept that. $4 Venmo incoming. What's up, Zakir? That's what I see us going in the next 2 months. Just full bull? Or are we gonna crash next week? I don't think it's full bull. I think we're just pricing in a very specific outcome right now. And when those expectations change, people will shed the equities they bought for the election. The idea that the election results were the risk that was present? No. How's the money making going? Pretty good, you know. Still need buy sell flashing indicator on the charts. If you asked me if I could buy 5,900 puts in the money in March 2023, I would tell you I'm poor as fuck. Oh, birthday's on the 19th. Is that going to be on a stream day this year? It is. Got a name for the new meatball yet? No. Still thinking about it. I'm sure SPX at 4,200. Am I the worst trader in history? No. You and everyone else shorted the SPX at 4,200. And then Powell was like, wait, we'll print more money. When I threw out Gamma Slide, I was thinking about OG meatballs, so I gotta think of new ones. Yeah. Put them in the chat if you got any ideas. What are birthday stream plans? Probably gonna trade SPX. Mostly. Vegaput's got decimated. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Taco Squire Gordon. Happy birthday to you too, man. Who had Vegaputs? I don't know. They never got cheap enough for me to buy them. Some people, I won't name names, didn't sell their Vegaputs when VIX hit 60. Oh boy. I don't want to know those names. Please don't tell me. But they totally sold them while VIX was still at like 40 and 30, right? 28. 25. Mm, lower while the market was still down, at least. Damn, it's early to be testing here. Hmm. VIX up, market up. That's because we're squeezing out some of the sold calls. Might touch 30. 25 is still a pretty strong resistance. 30 will be hard to get. It's kind of dependent on NQ. Hmm. When should the market euphoria finally subside? It'll probably last through the rest of today. Maybe a little bit into tomorrow. Make a breakout of pre-market highs? Is it really going higher? This is the definition of overvalued. No, I think there's decent resistance here at 25. Seems to be holding up. I wonder if the reins are off on the Middle East stuff again. I would assume that'll probably escalate more. Hmm. Does anyone know if Hawk Tuigle is a Democrat or a Republican? I have no idea. Why does it matter? Hmm. Fuck. Alright. There's a good meat crayon bit about her. I don't know who that is. She's from Tennessee. I think so. So if Trump tariffs China into spiraling deflation, does the yuan just implode? It would be rough. Although Trump doing something is a big ask. Well, the first thing he's going to do is impose a 50 bip tariff on imported soybeans. Huh. How many women has Trump, quote unquote, done with or without permission? Not my cheap tofu supply. JPL holds rates steady tomorrow, despite markets predicting a 0.9% chance of such. What's the immediate result? Dollar falls. Available leverage is reduced. This is literal VUPs, right? Well, the VUPs are largely over. Much like when people get bearish, people also get bullish after the move has already occurred, which I still can't understand. Like SPX basically rocketed to Gamma Max, and everyone's like, I want to go long here. Who's wrong to buy hedges above 6,000? Buy them below 6,000. It's called adding to winners, Garrick. No, it's not. It's never adding to winners. It's always chasing. Put our calls out at $5. We could just get stuck here. There's support to the downside. I think the MM would like to be closer to 5,900, but I don't know if it actually matters. You can add to winners, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's times to chase, like at market open today. That was great. Had market open yesterday. Yeah. No, we moved above 25, so. Mm. I really trade the first 15 minutes of the day. Huh. That's when most of the price action carries over, though. Any reason to think this gets a decent pullback into close and/or overnight? No, I don't see any reason for this to pull back hard until the Fed meeting. We're pretty well supported here, at least for the short-dated positions. Mm. Mm. A little bit of put selling at the 25 strike now. Anything else zero GTE? No, not really. So mostly still just selling to the call side. So I still think this is like very strong resistance here. We're not rejecting off of it because gamma's massively positive, but please don't sell the 25 put. They're not selling it very heavily. The 20 put they are. Interesting. Dow Jones transfers 500 bips. Uh huh. IWM's almost up 600 today. IWM, the Trump trade? What do you mean? Rotation? I think most of the positioning was already there. It was pretty ready to go. Ever so slightly higher high than this morning here. It's a little distributive. Yes, it's kind of struggling with 59.50. Florida is on its way out. Wait, what? Somebody needs to shut that fucking idiot up. He's trying to bankroll Big Dentist. Who knows what he's doing? No one. The brainworm is fully in control. Is this the moon? When Mars? Mars is at 5,000 or 6,000. We gotta wait for inflation to go up. We're out of money, so the only way to go higher is for the dollar to get stronger. The anti-science movement in this country over the last decade has been so utterly depressing. Well, that's what happens when you start removing basic educational requirements. When people start getting all their information from the internet. Is now a good time to long yen short Nikkei? No, I don't think so. I think this can persist for a while. It's something a round earther would say. Nice. Didn't the same thing happen in Iran like 1,000, 2,000 years ago? They started getting educated and then religion pushed out the education. Yeah, that's how most of our dark ages start. That or plague. You mean in the 70s? That was far from a golden age. Bingo? The only thing the 70s had going for it was disco. That's that's a hot take. I thought science was cool about questioning things. Yeah, it is. So show some verifiable proof of any of your ideologies. That can be, give me a hypothesis. Show me that you've tested the hypothesis and proven it irrefutably true. Stop trying to take part of an ideology and apply it while you don't apply the rest. No, too hard. Critical thinking, impossible. Sounds like a big science conspiracy. Sounds hard. I hear this other guy online said he did it, so I'll just adopt their opinion. Even if it's true, I can retest your original hypothesis. How novel. Yeah, and then people all over the world can conduct the same experiment, and if they come to the same conclusion, holy shit, right? I hate this timeline. You're not alone. It sounds like fake news to me. Oh, fuck. What's up, Mako? Looks like a good day. It's not been bad. I straddled the market last night, so I'm very happy. But it's also the day after election, so you've got, liberals freaking out and Republicans gloating. I'm doing it. I'm signing up to the program to buy $1 houses in Italy. The mafia has free healthcare. Um, yeah. It's just eating more meatballs on Sunday, though. I have to join a meeting for my new firm called Introduction to Learning and Belonging. Wait, you left your old firm after I got you that sweet promotion? Lead-based healthcare. Just checking in as a white guy. I guess it's cool again? No, Ryan Cohen's never been cool in his entire life. That's why he behaves the way he does. I miss Peeners making stocks go up. We all do. Now we just need little hands. In the next 4 years, we'll redefine normal. It's gonna be some crazy shit. RC surrounded by yes men? Somehow I don't believe that. I think he's surrounded by people who just dislike him. And he's completely oblivious to it. That sounds far more believable. Am I 5920p safe? I mean, this might break down, but we can just get pinned here. If it does, watch out because there's a lot of support to the downside. I know socially we're second or third world. Educationally, we're like 30th world. Can I tweet it's cool to be a white guy again? As a black dude? Yeah. Yeah, you can. That's called freedom. Also, you may need it in the future as proof that you're a white guy. Be like, why would I tweet this if I wasn't a white guy? It's actually genius. You think this is setting up for a hard as fuck pullback at the Fed meeting? Could be. I mean, JPOW could definitely hamper some of this buying. I mean, a lot of this kind of just looks like a shift in risk, right? Yields are fucking skyrocketing. Dollars up 150 points today, and the markets are up. So we're pricing in massively higher inflation. I don't think it's as bullish as it appears. Maybe it will inflate my SMCI. You never know. When will yields affect equities? When banks have to start selling long-term holdings. Are we surprised that Trump has not yet come out and said, I have made the stock market hit all-time highs, economy is booming once again? Well, then that would be the news, and then everyone's going to sell it. Also, is the election still not officially decided yet? Yeah, he's not in office yet either. Fuck. Ow. The house is still going? Okay. Was it even close, though? Did she officially concede? I assume after losing, what, Michigan or Wisconsin? Okay, she conceded. Senate 42-52. House. So far, Dems lost a seat, Republicans gained a seat. Oh, interesting. Vermont and New Hampshire went with Republican governors? That's like fucking unheard of. People are tired of paying taxes because inflation's too high. Vermont loves our Republican governor. We've had him for a while. Weird. It's gonna be a totally red Congress, it looks like. It looks like 206. What was it? 206 to 201 to 186 right now. There's a lot of districts that haven't declared yet. How high could this go into end of day? 30-ish? Can it move out higher than that? Uh, probably not higher than 30. There's not a lot to squeeze here, so kind of presents like a bit of a gap in the liquidity of the upside. I just can't wait to watch season 2 of Disappointed Trophy Wife that just wanted to marry a rich dude without all the publicity. Yeah. What a terrible conundrum. Who the fuck wants to live in Wyoming? Yeah, testing 30. So I'm trying to short it. Bear call time? Um, less than an hour left. Maybe. Stimmy checks again. The next time we get a massive outbreak of a disease and have zero response to it. What's happening right now? What disease? Ooh, more uppies. Ooh, interesting. German Scholz fires finance minister. Oh, the euro can drop even more. Perfect. Most of the price action is in the overnight session. So yeah, it's not that hard to move markets if you're doing it when bid asks are super wide. Bitcoin all-time high, 76K. Yep, it's okay. Trump's gonna make it worth something. You'll see. Chill. He's gonna assign it real intrinsic value. It's totally not overpriced monopoly money. What's a move here, boss? I don't know, I just got some 35 puts. This would be one of the biggest moves of the SPX ever, right? In nominal value? Um, no. It's up there, but no. Hmm. Stocks still have intrinsic value, Bitcoin doesn't. So, not the same. Different. False equivalency. So worry about Bitcoin mainly because computers encryption get more advanced. I think they eventually could render BTC's encryption vulnerable. Yeah. You're only rich if you sell. Well, that's only if you're willing, if you can find a willing buyer. The problem with Bitcoin as an investment is that it can literally, you can wake up and it can literally be worth zero. That seems far-fetched, but it's not. Are you not invested in crypto? That was a long time ago, not anymore. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't. No. The entire value of Bitcoin is propped up on how profitable it is for hedge funds to actively trade it as a leveraged dollar commodity. If the prospect of that disappears, so will the price of Bitcoin. And that's what happened to it last time it went to 11 grand from 60. Why would someone need to leverage dollars? Margin. Are we above the collars now? It's at 60-20. If JPEG doesn't cut tomorrow, the market could drop since it's pricing in a rate cut. Alternatively, the market could just do nothing. But we are running out of room to the upside. It will depend on how the bond market reacts to JPA's decision. More inflation, more up. Yields go higher till they break. Let's go short, Gherk. It's time. I already bought 35 puts when we tested 33. I don't think BNY Mellon's in too bad a shape. A little less exposed. I hate you and love you. Thanks. JPM pricing on the acquisition of all other USA banks and all of their forward earnings. Still holding those puts? Yeah, I still have them. I think I'll cut it break even if we bounce back there. When do we fill the gap at 57.83? Find out. Maybe by OPEX. Stop trying to short this. $25 flies. Huh. I have to think about that one. That's tricky. I don't think the BOV's Bank of England cuts again. Yeah, they're expected to cut tomorrow. Remember to say nice things about the 25 flies, because I already bought them. Sold them? I hope you sold them. Long put fly. Ah, okay. I think we'll see VIX 12 again. Seems risk on in equities. No, I don't. Not with yields where they're at. All of that vol shorting and the forward yield on vol is still just barely negative. It's at 0 right now. It's at 0.06. Negative 0.06. Either stocks are wrong or yields. Yep. We haven't been saying that for 3 years. Oh, God. Go away, AJ. Close at 30 or at 30? There's not a very good chance that we slip here. Sold puts at 20 are pretty stacked. I guess we could like test 20. Maybe some of the short puts take profit. Or like 15. But it's pretty unlikely. I'm gonna put a stop on my puts that I have. No, I mean the hedge is a little bit closer to like 5,900 than it is to spot. So the MM's a little overextended here and short a lot of puts at the money. But I don't see why bulls wouldn't just sell more to stabilize it. Maybe NQ gets a little bit of weakness. I guess that could drive a sell off. I don't think there's going to be any call side profit taking, but there might be some profit taking on near the money sold puts, of which there are a lot. But getting that's going to be tricky. We need to lose like 23 and 18. 23 17. If we lose 23 and 17, we could slip back to 5905, 5904. No data tomorrow. We have a FOMC hearing tomorrow. No way we're going up again after today, right? I mean, I don't know where Gamma Max has moved to, but I would say that we probably have 20 to $40 more upside from here. Dork, you know full well if we fill that gap, it's happening overnight. Where do we hit the 1929 trend line? It's up around like 60 30, 60 40. Consumer credit at close. Well, that might have some impact. It'll impact the banks, which have gained back far too much. I did not shadow ban you, Jeff. That's not something I can do. If we hit that trend line, the next Great Depression starts. No, I think it's just an indication of where prior bubbles have topped relative to the price action that preceded them. Dearest Juicy Man, I hope you recover from your bird flu post haste. Would you strudel bigly this evening to enjoy profits ne'er before enjoyed? What? One love, D-Fresh. Sure. Inflation's always good if you don't measure the inflated items. I like that people think you can shadow ban people and yet choose to keep AJ around. I timed AJ out until the end of the stream. Oh, there, my pets are gone. That was fun. At least we got a 25-ish test. Do I short the 30 here on a rejection? I don't have fucking bird flu. Jesus Christ. I just have a cold. It's just like a shitty cold. Please put out my ears with Q-tips before saying anything like that again. What? What did I say? I'm a little hoarse. Also, why are raccoons falling out of the ceilings at your fancy New York City airports? First of all, there's nothing fancy about New York City airports, and everybody's trying to hide their wild animals before they get euthanized. Do they get better soon cards for centaurs? Hallmark, step it up. You know, I actually have a birthday centaur card, but it's not appropriate. Thanks, Ollie. Not appropriate for who? Life. Can you post your centaur card in a non-poor Discord thread? I can try to find it, yeah. I don't know where it is. I think I have like a filing cabinet. Ooh, spicy 35 test. Now I want to buy the 35 put again. How do you keep going up? Where are you going, bulls? Hmm? It's not anatomically correct. Hmm. Need to look on further expiries. Away from risk. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Makes a little bit of sense. I'm not even sick, but I feel like we're sharing the same lethargy, fatigue even. Possibly. I am fatigued. November collar 5940. Oh, the little baby one? That's so tiny. Hmm. The fuck is that? Ooh, fancy. Dump it. On fucking god. How did I get out of that short break even? I don't know what short you had. Anybody hit any big plays in the meatball indicator? I made like 15K off of MSTR. I was hoping to get better at trading on the toilet, but not so much today. It wasn't great. The market gods saw fit to smile upon my stupidity. Okay, so here's a fun tip. When we're like grinding highs like this, and we've kind of like peaked the positioning for the day, it's a little bit better to get the in the money put. Because it'll generally retain like its intrinsic value. And they're fairly cheap at the end of the day compared to what they usually cost. That's why I was getting the 35s and not like buying the 30 and playing the out of the money. Good time to sell more Reddit 125 calls. I don't know where Reddit's at right now. I sold some on yesterday. I don't know if I'm gonna average this down here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll sell a couple more and roll my puts up with the credit. Put my puts at 20. Sell the 20. Sell the 20 call, buy the 20 put. Hedge it at 25. 30. Maybe just 25. gotta hate Fidelity. That fill was awful. That's shitty. Well, I don't know. Does Active Trader have hotkeys? Can't you just like set up a hotkey for closing your contracts? That's probably the best way to do it. Just make like a macro for set stop 10 points from bid or whatever. Or just market sell. Fidelity's fills lately have been absolute garbage. Yeah, they must be making less money off of intentionally widening the spreads and misquoting options prices to people. No, it doesn't. No, what doesn't? Alright. This is about petered out. I wonder if this sold calls at 30. Try to hang in there. If the sold calls rip off right here, like if they take profit, this will bounce back up to 35 again. Hmm. How do you set up hotkeys on ATP? I have no idea. I don't even use Active Trader. If I sell covered calls on Fidelity, I just do it through the browser. I used to use ATP a long time ago, but I'm sure things have not. Well, actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure things haven't changed. So, in the menu, in the settings menu, there might be like a window to like set up macros and hotkeys. Oatly is 12% since I mentioned it here 20 minutes ago. What did you say about it? Oatly about to pop off earnings tomorrow. Ah, cool. Might update a system that was built on Windows Vista. Geo has earnings tomorrow. $59.25 for net even. Oh, okay, nice. Celsius bad earnings? I think they missed a little bit. I think it was EPS like even, like just zero, and then I think their revenues slid a tiny bit. Gurk. My flies? How wide are they? Are they 5 wide or 10 wide? Ding ding. You hit the edge of them, right? If they're 5. Yeah, it looks like Celsius is still dealing with some sales issues with PepsiCo's supply chain rebalancing, but I don't think that's a very big deal. I still want to buy more of it. I don't. I'm not sure if it's going to perform as well as Monster has, but um, I think it'll perform similarly. To come up big on buyback news, good guide. Okay. You still think we go down into the end of the week? I think the Fed could send it down, yeah. I don't know how much we'll lose here, though. Maybe back to like GM, which is probably at like 58.50-ish now. I have a lower close than you. Nail biter, but guarantee green, so okay. Cool. There we go. Alright. Uh, so a bit of a move up. Kind of tapped the top of my little green box there. And broke above the long-term trend. Over the last few months, most of these breakouts above the long-term trend don't last very long. And by very long, I mean like a week and a half. And they generally fail. Obviously, this is extensively overbought. And the Fed meeting tomorrow presents a great deal of risk to the short vol that's piled in here, and also the gains in the dollar and Treasury yields. If we do see the Fed move forward with no decision tomorrow, it's possible that we could see yields and dollar decline, which would reduce overall leverage and pull back on at least tech. But Dow and Russell may remain moderately resilient. For futures, we ended up a little higher than where I'd estimated for the upside here. So we got a new high resistance. That looks like it's at 59.67. 59.67. Couple bips off there. Oh no. There we go. And solidly above the bull confirmed. To the upside of this, we still have the potential to test the long term trend, which puts us out around 6,625 in that range. But very, very strong overnight bounce, obviously. There's some disagreement here. You have dollar up, yields up, equities up, and all of them up a very significant amount. So, people are selling bonds. They're selling the long end far more aggressively than the short. Um, and it's very possible that, this is going to find an equilibrium as fast as it moved apart. And I think the Fed decision tomorrow will play a pretty big role in that. JPOW, in order to ease the continued rise in rates, needs to find a way to not cut and lower forward inflation expectations while also remaining dovish about the soft landing. That's going to be kind of difficult, I think. He's a master bullshit artist, but um, it'll be tricky here. I mean, the way bonds are pricing, we're basically just ignoring the Fed at this point. The insane move on banks. I mean, that's largely to do with the rise in rates, right? There's the assumption that I mean, all equities pumped, right? But the finance sector specifically is seeing that pump because there is a presumption that rates will be cut, the lending environment will become more liquid, right? And those banks are going to be able to massively increase their net interest income month over month, which is what they need. They need to get a lot of net interest income so that they don't have to keep trading equities. However, I don't think houses are getting cheaper, and I don't think mortgages are going down no matter what. So I think the market's kind of just pricing in the same delusion as before, except the delusion's backed by Trump. Hike seems JPow's fucked. I can't see him hiking either. The I mean, Fed funds rate is still a little restrictive here. Oh, what happened with RRP tonight? Oof, still coming down. Up a little. Why is this not updated? Hold on. $177.87. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's Trading View. Usually Trading View updates RRP like before the end of the day. Anyway, commodities up a whole bunch. Um, Probably dollar back commodities. Precious metals, however, are down, but manufacturing materials and oil kind of bounced back from its losses. Still trading around 71.89. Obviously, risk in the Middle East is still going to be a big, big question, and how a Trump administration is going to handle that. Given that his backers are, very pro-Israel, it's unlikely that he would veer from the Democrats' plan as far as backing Israel goes. Um, but you never know. I guess it'll depend on what Putin wants. Um, Dixie up 162 points today. Um, Not at all time highs, but, or well, at least local all time highs, but very close. Uh, Definitely a move up to a range where we start to see that excess dollar valuation become more of a hindrance than it is a benefit. Um, and if yields continue to rise, we're going to start to see some pressure on regional banks like we saw back in, October of 23 and April of this year. Correlation snapped back really, really hard. Fully loaded the dispersion trade on this bounce back. It could take a while for that bump in volatility on the underlying stocks, especially things like the Mag 7, to wear off. But it does not mean that we are going to see them move substantially higher. There is kind of a low for what we can expect from correlation, and we're very close to the local one. Um, Obviously, leverage on the carry trade, tapping 8.4x on the 10-year today, with the 3 and 6 month both moving back above 7x. Um, they got the forward yield on volatility suppressed a little bit here today with that leverage up. However, the forward yield on volatility is still slightly positive. So they may not be able to keep this locked up for long. Obviously, this is going to pressure Japan to take some action after they have tried to normalize policy. The yen is, back at 154. I'm going to start looking to go long the yen again as it moves up, probably average in with like targets at 56, 58, and 60. Um, Obviously, mechanically, the trade can only handle so much leverage, and that's around 9x. So there's not too much more leverage that I expect to get packed in here. Um, hmm. Yeah, I think that's it for that. Maybe I'll go long Nikkei simultaneously, but we'll see. I don't want to do that till after the Fed makes a decision. Correlation dropping back down, bond yields staying very high. So now we've got a break in that correlation between bond volatility and index dispersion that we were starting to see normalize again, has fully reversed that normalization. Skew a little up yesterday. 54.92% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And we got a little bounce back in correlation between VIX, cash VIX. VIX still in backwardation with the VIX futures contracts, however, and the 3-month VIX significantly above it. So while we've priced out a bunch of volatility, I think it will be hard for them to short vol much more than this. Not a lot of room there. And if they do, they're going to start to create similar risk to what we saw back in August. Fed fund futures now pricing in less than 2 rate cuts by June of next year, obviously. And the U.S. 10-2 spread at positive 159, which is roughly where we keep settling on it. It's kind of probably fairly close to the average here, somewhere between 14 and 16. That'll probably change with the Fed decision as well. Beyond initial numbers, like decent, nice. Yeah, it looks like it bounced up a little bit, tapped under 5. That's usually a fairly good entry on it. There's some covering last couple of days. Nothing significant. Remember, it's not on Reg Show anymore, so harder to time it. But yeah, it could have a little bounce. It doesn't look terrible. Um, and their earnings are right now, so yeah, possibly a move higher. I know they'd earlier in the year they'd projected some pretty significant revenue and EPS improvements and guided higher, and I don't think they've met that guidance yet, but I'll have to take a look at these earnings numbers and see if they're getting any closer. If JPOW gets 50 bips tomorrow, what do? Do we assume his family is taken hostage? I mean, if JPOW cuts 50 bips tomorrow, we're probably going to get a liquidity crunch in treasuries. We're already kind of close to one. I don't think that would be a wise decision. We could get one even if he cuts just 25 bips. The more we narrow that currency spread between dollar and yen, and yes, I realize it got blown apart a little bit over the last couple of days, but we would narrow it if we cut. The riskier, uh, the riskier things get, and the greater chance of that short term debt security position having to capitulate. Because remember, the yields at the short end are going to fall right in line with the Fed cut, right? So, if we've got 4.6, we cut 25, we're just immediately going to 4.3 on like all the short dated contracts. And that's going to mean less available credit in the short side of that trade, which means less money to hold the cost to carry on the top side of the trade. And if it's excessive enough, you're going to get people that want to pull money out of money markets and, go to RRP. And if that kind of starts breaking apart, then yields on the short end are going to nosedive, right? Which I'm surprised they haven't with a Trump election, given that it's widely considered that he is going to cut rates very, very heavily. Anyway, that's it for today. Hopefully, I'll feel a little bit better tomorrow. Sorry for the late start. And I will see you guys bright and early for market open. You guys have a great night. Later.